Good morning. Let me just get my mic set up correctly here. Okay. Whoa. Not that one. This one. Let's get going, shall we? Okay, so what happened yesterday? You might recall that I didn't do anything on my to-do list. I was just faffing about with the navigation. Okay, but I think I got it sorted. Not on stream, but eventually throughout the day. I think I got it mostly sorted. There are a few things still that I need to go and do. But it's in a pretty good state currently. Okay, so I'm gonna finish that, and then I think I can. I think this is basically done. Yeah, it's not perfect, but it's okay. And then implement Vulkan cargo transfer. Yeah, this. I really want to get this done and this. If I can get these two done, then I'm going to be happy. One thing I'm thinking about this whole anchoring system and logistics. Right, logistics normally occur between regions, right? Not necessarily sub-regions. Which kind of means it's not that important that you are anchored in a sub-region for logistics to occur. It's more important that you are stationary or you stay at a particular region. Yeah, so maybe I change this slightly to make it that only when you are traveling between regions do we switch off logistics, for instance. Yeah, not sure, but we'll get to it. Let's go finish the last couple of things for the navigation, and then we can go from there. Okay, so currently, if I'm not mistaken, the only thing that's not navigating correctly is the pop-up. I haven't made that a navigation item or element. So the pop-up I'm thinking about is this one. So when you right-click, this pops up, right? Now, if I right-click here, it closes that menu. So this thing is not added to my UI stack. Okay, so we need to add that to the UI stack. Okay. Then let's go do that real quick. This shouldn't be too painful. Okay, so this thing is called the Vulkan Travel Pop-up. Okay, so we go to the panel view, I guess. Okay, we have a root container. Okay, essentially what we need to do is not have this thing open with initialize. Right, so that's... That's probably a UI manager problem. Yeah, so right here. So we do initialize it, but what we should do is navigation.open travel panel view root container. I know for a fact that's what I want to do. Okay, so we just have to go here. Hey, man. Yeah, you can just go and... I think I have it. My Discord is listed below. You can just go follow or join the group. Lord K's BT. Okay. Let's check it out. Yeah, if you join the Discord, you know, and you stick around, I'm sure one day when the game is in a playable state, we can make it happen, right? Okay, so the root container currently is not accessible. I kind of... Yeah, some part of me wants to make this root container not publicly accessible and just have it done in initialize. But, you know, whatever. Okay, but that's definitely what I want. I want it to not show there. Okay, and now it is opening. Okay, good. So it's being added to the stack. There's a cancel button and a confirm button. So these should actually do navigation. Oh wait, I need to go UI manager.instance.navigation.back. Okay, right back there and back there as well. Wait, have I been doing this in the views all this time? I guess that's fine, right? This is structure. Hello? Ah. Yeah, okay, no, I do it straight here. Okay. Well, I guess that's fine. It is after all, it is just navigation of UI, so I guess it's okay. Okay, let's test this out, and then we can start with the next bit of significant code. Okay, so we can just unanchor. Try and send it over there. Right click, it closes. Right click there, it opens. Perfect. Cancel, closes. Confirm, it will also close, I guess. And then start moving at a very slow speed. Okay. Perfect. Okay, there's a small bug on that window, I just realized. We can fix that real quick. I think it's the... So when we start this thing up... let's see, the... Not the fuel selector, the fuel allocation... Yeah, there's something about this where the value is not really correct, right? So let's check in the view model. Do I set it to something? Like I probably do. What am I doing? Oh, my view model is just below. I thought it was a different file. Okay. Okay, it's also not set to anything here. That means Vulkan itself adds a starting fuel allocation. 500, yes. Okay, so that's what's happening there. It starts with a fuel allocation of 500. But when I initialize this, I don't get that fuel allocation. Although I should. This all works, right? Yeah. The update view is happening. Oh, I see. It's actually not... Okay. Okay, so actually what I want here is a int fuel allocation, right? And then what I want to do is do fuel allocation dot set value. There's a way to do this, I know. Oh, we need to do this. I think this is fine. Right, let's just go check. So it should just start off with 500 as the value now. Compile errors. Oh. Fuel allocation, but I think this is a float, yeah. So let's just cast it to an integer. Okay, now we should be ready to go. Okay, so if I go there, it's already at 500. Yeah. Okay, so, and I can do... Okay, this is still at 500, but I can use 1,000, for instance, confirm. Oh, wait, I'm anchored. Okay, we should probably have something like a message pop up there. Okay, there we go. We're moving. And it should save the fuel amount. So when I try to travel again, it should already try to use 1,000. Or if I want to use something else, I can, and it should save that as well. Okay, very good. I think I'm convinced. Okay, let's work on this next system, which is a new thing that I'm gonna try and do. Okay, so I'm gonna say for now this is done. Okay, implement Vulkan cargo transfer. This is a tricky one, right? You know, and honestly, I've been doing a lot of, you know, if you look at the UI, I've been trying to keep it on the sides, and this is okay, I feel like, if it's for information only, right? Like information only can kind of live to the sides, maybe at the bottom. There might be some interaction. But it kind of feels like, you know, interacting with things that are off to the side is a little annoying when, well, you know, having a pop-up in the middle of the screen is actually super convenient. I know, right? Go figure. I only thought of this now. Yeah, because if I think about other games that have regular pop-ups, well, the one that springs to mind is Factorio, right? You have information panels maybe at the bottom and at the side. And even at the bottom, it's like a quick bar, right? It's not really information, but whatever. This stuff is normally where you want to interact. Something in the middle here. I think I'm gonna start moving towards that. Maybe not 100%, but for some things, I will. Right, and I think my cargo transfer window, I think it definitely should be in the middle. Because if I'm thinking, let's go and open up Paint, right? This is kind of my thoughts currently with Paint. With the cargo transfer window. Let's just get a brush. It's gonna be okay. Nah, let's get some blocks in here. So imagine I'm thinking of other games that have something like a trade menu, right? So I might put all the resource icons down on the side like this, and then I might have the name of the resource. So this might be metal ore or whatever I have as a resource. Metal ore, you know, some alloys, ceramics, etc., etc., right? So I have these. And then essentially we just want to give a couple of columns here. Right, so we do this. I'm wondering. Well, this is just something I might reuse some of the elements I already have in my UI that I use for other things. But like something like this, and then you'll have Vulcan and you'll have region. Right, so both Vulcan and the region will have some amount of this. Right? So we can display it here, how much I have, and then we can maybe have a field for transferring. So it could be like, okay, Vulcan has like 20k, the region has 0 metal ore, and then we might have a transfer, a little integer field with a plus and a minus, which is essentially just how much we want to transfer. Right? So we do this. On both sides. So in this case, obviously we'd want, okay, we see we have a bunch of metal ore on Vulcan. We want some on the region. We could click here or we can fill this in. Doesn't really matter. But then after that, what we can do is we can do that for all the materials we like. Okay. And then, you know, I can make a big button here at the top somewhere. Initiate cargo transfer. Right. Something like that. Is it beautiful? Not really. Obviously not the paint version anyway, but I think this is the simplest way to do this, right? Okay, let me just put it to the side. Okay, so that's the one thing. I actually want to also just open up this pop-up quickly. I kind of don't like it not being completely black. The background, that is. Yeah, the and I want to grab I like this integer field thing going on here, so I think I want to make this an official thing, right? Yeah, because I'm gonna have many of these elements now. Yeah, so let's go and make a custom element called my integer field, and with buttons or something, and then we can use it. Where do I do this also? I think I do this in a couple of places, to be honest, but this is effectively the type of thing I want to do for this one. Yeah, so let's make a custom element here. Open up my code. Let's get started, right? Don't know what that is. Okay, so custom elements. That's the icon selected navigation element. Create its item amount element. You see that one? A resource amount element. I actually don't even remember what these are. Okay, so what we want to do is a integer field with buttons. Right, that is what I'm gonna do, right? So it's an integer field. So public partial class integer field with buttons extends visual element. Okay, we can also do UXML. Is it an attribute? I think so. I don't actually remember. Okay, we can do that. this should have been like that. Integer field with buttons. Oh, it's UXML element, sorry. Why did I think it's attribute? Okay, UXML element, and then we just need a public integer field with buttons. Boom. Okay. And what we're gonna need is private in. Gonna need an integer field. We just call it the integer field. Then we're gonna need a private in. This is a button increase button and private button decrease button. Okay. Okay, and we'll have an init over here. Okay, so what do we want here? I think the most important things is I just want an integer, and then I want increment amount. Right? And that's essentially so it's an integer increment amount. This is so that when we have the button clicks, we know how much to go up and down by, right? Okay, so we have an increment amount. Okay, something like that. Okay, and we can add some of the stuff. Okay, so integer field is a new integer field. Increase button is new button, and decrease button is a new button. Okay, this thing will also have okay, we'll do the classes now. Okay, but we have to add I think the decrease button first, right? Then we do add integer field. Then we add the increase button in that order. Okay. Private read only string USS, where is it? Class name equals integer field with buttons. Okay. Okay, add to class list USS class name. That's it. Okay. Okay, so now we can do decrease a button dot clicked. Now clicked. Okay, increase. Hello. Increase button dot clicked. We can also register value change callback here. Yeah, I think so. Register value change callback. I think it's just one of these. Man, that was difficult. Yeah, it's just one of these. Okay, so let's think about this. So when the value change occurs, we want to let something know that it happened, potentially. So what we can do is public action event action. We give it an integer, and we just say on value changed. Right, that's the simplest one, and then we can just do on value changed, invoke just put the new value. I guess that's fine. I don't know if I want to limit this value with something. Potentially. Yes, I do. Hey, Damon. How's it going? Yeah, I'm thinking about it, okay? You mean like putting this thing as a... Yeah, that might not be the best idea, hey? Well, I don't really care about unsubbing. This little integer field with buttons thing is just gonna get destroyed. This whole integer field thing over here is only ever really gonna interact with the outside world through this event. So the outside world will only encounter this. But I know what you mean. You mean I should do this integer field dot register value change callback. How does this work again when you have an event? I think... do I do this? My word, what the hell? Value change. You need an event. What kind of event is this? Change event. What the hell? Yeah, I'm not sure. It should be something like that, right? And then we can do value change. Do I need to give it a type? Oh. Yeah, but I don't think I put this in. I see. I'm not sure. That's allowed? Is that not allowed? Is that allowed? Is that the way you would do it? Event, arrow, value changed, event. Can you do a plus equals? So why does this not work? Do. Oh, for crying out loud. Yeah. You need to do it like that. You need to put the method that you call inside of the brackets. There we go. Yeah, this is fine. This was correct. Yeah. Okay, now there's a couple of other things now that I'm looking at this that I think I should maybe do if I want this thing to work. So we have an increment, but we should maybe also have a minimum amount and max amount. Right. Okay, and what we should do is we can now check if so we can now do event.new value is less than our minimum. Oh wait, we didn't have private int minimum amount, private int max amount. So if it's less than my minimum amount, whatever I decide that should be, okay, then I don't want to maybe do it this way. I don't remember. Yeah, I think what I want to do here is I want to grab the integer field dot value. I don't want to set it to new value. I want to set it to the minimum amount, right? In that case. Right. Else if integer field No, I'm being dumb. I'm being dumb. So if my new value is greater than my max amount, we want to cap it off there as well. There's a better way of doing this. You could do math.min and math.max, but this is fine. Okay, is then just equal to max amount. Okay, so we cap it off there. Okay, and in either of those cases, so we don't just let this happen, so we might as well put that in there. I guess if neither of them happen, we just set the value to the new value by default, right? That's what it would do in normal situations. Okay, so yeah, we just do min amount there and max amount there. So that's what it would have been set to. Okay, so now we've just made the values a little bit clean, or at least we made it so that we don't accidentally do something dumb if we didn't intend it. Okay, now if we click the increase button, I don't actually think. I don't think I want to send the event here. So I'm thinking now, value change. What I would kind of like to do here is have the increment buttons, these buttons, do the same thing. Let's just go into this. Because otherwise I'm going to have to rewrite all those minimums and maximums. Yeah, that's dumb. So what happens if I do int new? So this will obviously break, and this won't work either. Could I do... Oh, what the hell? Oh, no, it needs to be called directly. Bruh, what's up, Damon? What is wrong now? Freaking out over there. Oh, okay. You know what I think? I actually think I don't need to unregister from this ever. I won't do it anyway. Yeah. That is exactly what I think. You can't just say rip memory leaks. It depends on how I use this thing. I know this is a short-lived object. And if everything that subscribes to it from the outside, right, deregisters from it, it's never going to be a problem. Because this is all internal. When the integer field with buttons gets destroyed, you know, it's destroying everything in here anyway. So the only thing that's important is external references. So if something is registered to this action or this event here, it might keep this thing alive, because then it'll obviously think that, okay, wait, now something's still referencing my little integer field with buttons, so we keep it there. Right, regardless of whether or not I deregister from these inside of itself. Yeah, you see, that's how I think this works. I'm gonna go with my gut here. And that means I'm just gonna do my lambda function again, and I'm gonna do change value, and I'm just gonna call event dot new value, right? And then I'm gonna come here, and I'm just gonna say, you know what, change value, integer new value, right? And then we just get rid of all these. Yeah, that's perfect. And now these things, increase button click, can simply call change value. And now we just need to be sure. So this is not changing it with the new value. This is putting in an increment. So integer field dot value plus equals how the hell did I spell increment? Oh my word. That's quite the spelling for increment. Okay, decrease button click is just going to be minus equal increment value. Right, so that should work. And in either case, it'll check for minimum and maximums. It'll sort that out, and then it will let the external things know, listen, something happened. Yep. I like that. Okay. So let's just add a couple of class lists here so that everything works, sort of. Okay, so we got the integer field. We added it to class list. I thought I did. Oh, no. I just added the whole thing to a class list. Now the integer field and the buttons will already have class lists. Let's try something. I'm going to try something a little bit different this time for this specific element. Right, but it should be fine. Let's open up. Oh. Shall we try and stick it in here? I think we do that. I think so. Yeah, something like that. Integer field with buttons. Now, obviously, it looks terrible currently. I'm going to try and replace that one. Okay, I have this Unity integer field label and input thing already. Here's what I'm gonna do here. I'm actually gonna create a new USS because, yeah, this stuff is getting annoying. What? Why can't I type? In okay, something like that. And I'm gonna add this thing over here. Yeah, this can be so frustrating sometimes. I want to make this one active. Okay, there we go. Something like that. Okay, and then I actually want to grab these. Stick them in there. Yeah, now, but here's the thing. Okay, so what I actually want to do is I want to make sure I grab them in the hierarchy correctly, right? What are you saying? Just isolate it. I can't. Well, this element doesn't want to be isolated. Unless I make a template out of it. I know when I make a template out of it, I can work in isolation. I've done that before. No, it's not there. I am right-clicking it. I can create a template out of this thing. Then I can do it. That's sure. Do I want to create a template of a custom element? That's perhaps not the worst idea in the world. Actually, that is actually not the worst idea in the world. Because what that allows me to do is I can attach the USS to it. I don't have to do... that's actually quite interesting. So why do I make custom elements all the time? If templates are actually kinda nice. Well, can you create an element on the fly? You can create a custom element on the fly. Can you create templates on the fly? You should be able to, right? So you see, now I can do this. I can open instance in isolation. Right, so now this works. I think this is what you wanted to do, right? So this is then my next question. Can you? So custom elements I can generate in C#. Can I generate templates in C#? Oh, yes. It requires you to grab everything with the mono behavior. That's right, hey. That is true. I like the custom workflow a little bit better. Get away, template. I don't want you. Okay. So. So what I want to do is I actually want to do integer field with buttons. So if I do something like this. Ah. Very interesting. Okay, so now my old stuff is breaking, but that's fine. This is just a proof of concept. Okay, so what I can do now is I can grab this whole element and be like, okay, you need to be like that. I'm a fan of scriptable objects. I don't know about that. Templates with 0% code, blah, blah, blah. Okay. What happens if I triple click my element in the hierarchy? Nothing. I've quadruple clicked it as well. Doesn't do a thing. Okay, so let's see. I want that thing to be like that for a start. The buttons. Okay, I have to distinguish the buttons in some way, right? Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to make them look like anything. I have to call them a button of some sort, yeah. Okay, let's go do that. Yeah, so the buttons would be called, well, increase button.add to class list. I guess we could just add them to the USS class name plus yeah, open up Unity, eh? You haven't done that in a while. I think it's time. Okay, so this is the increase button. Right, and then we do a similar thing for the decrease button. Decrease button. Decrease button. Okay, so they are now at least accessible. The integer field's already accessible. Yeah. Okay, I think what I could do is, first of all, I can just access them as .unity button. All right, so now at least I can do something with them. What did I do with these other buttons? Oh, this is mine. Okay. Okay, that's what okay, so I gave them a size and all that good stuff. Do I want the sizing to be the same always? I wonder. Maybe, but also potentially not, right? I really don't like working with UI. Can I just tell everybody that again? It's just not my thing. Like, the more I do it, the less I like it. It's kind of annoying. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of the border. Yeah. No, it is. It's like I enjoy working on the game itself, but as soon as you put me in front of some UI, I want to flip and pull my hair out. It's such an annoying thing to work with. I cannot even. Okay, so we want to do this. __ increase. Okay, now I need to spell again. Increase. How did I spell this? I mean, theoretically I spelled it correctly, but you know, that's I did spell it correctly. I spelled it incorrectly this time around. Okay. And the decrease button. Okay, both of the buttons are doing a thing. Do you think, Damon, do you think when the major updates roll out, they're going to change the way you feel about UI? Not so sure. Not so sure, let me tell you. Okay, so the integer field itself. Yeah, I need to access the field itself. So Unity integer field. Okay, so now theoretically I can at least make it bigger. Or make it grow or something. Make it not shrink. We're crying out loud. So I can make the width bigger. But the damn thing... I don't want to be changing the size like this. I just want it to grow into its allotted space. Why won't you grow? Do I need to set it in line? Maybe I do. Okay. Let's go. I'm actually not sure how to do that. Integer field dot style. Is it flex grow? Equals 1, right? That should be it. Yeah, there'll always be another update where Unity makes you feel like they're gonna do something you like. Then you sit around waiting for that to happen, and then, you know. Okay, so if I unset this and I unset this. For crying out loud. So it's definitely set to grow, right? We can all appreciate that. Oh, this thing is not growing anymore. Okay. I really thought it is. Oh, no. Okay, so we let that thing grow to its full potential. Okay, cool. It grew. And the buttons also grew, but they should not grow. Sometimes you need to do set as value before they listen. There we go. Okay. We've done it. Oh, shit. Okay, now we just need to make these buttons have a background. And that's not just nothing. Sprite, I guess, a sprite. A plus. Yeah, that's good. And this one can be a minus. There we go. It looks like the original. Okay, but theoretically, this thing is now a little bit more usable. We can also increase the font slightly, can't we? There we go. Okay. So now that this thing is here, we need to go and access it and then work with it through our thing. And now, wherever I add this little bit of USS, the integer field will look like that with the buttons. Theoretically. So I guess it's good enough for now. Okay. Okay, so let's see if we can access this now. I'm going to call it my fuel allocation again. Okay, you know what else we need to get? Actually, we need to make a way to... So this thing has an on value changed action, but I'm thinking perhaps we want to also get the value at some point. Which could just return... Oh, no, this doesn't work. Integer. Return integer field value. Right, yes. Okay, so now we have two ways to get information from this thing, either through this event or by the get value. Everything happens internally. What's wrong? You don't like this? I mean, this is the simplest thing I could have done. Unless I wanted to expose the integer field publicly, which is also questionable. Well, we'll see now. I might actually not need to use this at all. Now that I think about it, I don't think I use it. Whatever. Let's just save. Let's save and let's go rejig my confirmation travel thing so that it works. What's backwards? Hey man, at least I have Unity open. Okay. It's this thing, right? Yeah, fuel allocation. Okay. Upside down? What do you mean? What is upside down? That doesn't make any sense. Do you like to put your get values right after the initialization? Is that what you mean? It must be what you mean. Like that. That's better, right? Public stuff first, then the private stuff. Okay, anyway, so let's break something. So this thing is now not gonna need, it's gonna be an integer field with buttons. Right? And hopefully that breaks a bunch of stuff. It does. Okay, cool. So we're gonna look for integer field with buttons over here. We actually don't need these two anymore. So let's comment them out so that they break everywhere. Zap. Zap. Okay. And here we did a fuel allocation changed. Okay. So we don't need to do that anymore. So what we need to do now is... well, we do need to initialize this thing, right? So... what do we initialize with again? Increment amount. Okay, so that's 50. For this thing, I think I made the fuel go up, yeah, in 50s. Minimum amount is 0. Maximum amount, flippin', I don't know, 10,000. Why not? When the int field changes its number, it sends the info, which loops the call around, which is listening for changes where you are changing it. I guess I should do this. Yeah. Okay, let's ask. With an integer field, do I do set value without notify or integer field dot value equals amount? I think I see what you're saying. We need to do set value without notifying, because otherwise I change the value, it goes back, it sends another event, and it does this infinitely. Oh. Thanks for that one, Damon. This was almost a problem. Yeah, okay, so you need to do the set value without notify. That will not register the call. The callback will not be fired, right? Or the event will not fire if we do it like this. Yes. Okay, so when we change the value here, we need to do it like this. Thanks for that, bro. You saved me some serious issues, I'm sure. Yeah, because I'm setting it, in code here. And this code gets fired when I set it, so there's a little bit of a... So set value without notifying will not let this value change callback do anything. This is the only places I set it, right? Oh, geez. This is also setting it. And then I set it again. Oh, my word. How can I just read the value? Oh, my word. Okay, wait a minute. I just realized this is very bad. Integer field.value returns the value, but it returns... It's not a read-only value. It's a value that I can change. And then I do plus equal. Oh, shit. Okay, wait a minute. Can I do current value? Okay, wait. How did I do it here? Because I did it... Okay, I see now what I did here. I actually just changed the value directly. So what I should do here... Oh, wait. Integer field dot value. If I just do minus equal increment amount, it will change it, but it will register this... It'll actually fire this event, which will send it through this to clean it up for me. Okay. Okay, yeah, I don't know why that was such a flippin' so difficult. Right, because if I just change the value, it does... Yeah. It'll go through my change value method over here, which will clean it up for me. Yeah, like you just said. Damon, well done. What's happening here now? Okay, all these errors. Okay, I'll get back to them now. Okay, before I do, I need some coffee. I need a bathroom break. So I'm gonna head out quickly and I'll be right back. See you guys in a couple. I'm back. That took forever. Well, water's got to boil. I can't make it boil faster. There we go. Now I'm back. Proper back. What have I done here? Okay, so we ended by breaking this entire thing. Okay, great stuff. Let's go and fix it. So field allocation, so we can initialize this. Okay, that's fine. Register value change callback. So now this is not going to be that exactly. We're going to do fuel allocation dot on value changed. Right. Yes. Yeah, I guess we could do that now. So here we go. This is the value. And basically all we have to do is we just have to tell the view model, listen, something changed. And we can get rid of this. We could just give it the value. The value changed to something else. Okay, great. Minus button clicked. Not needed. It is now part of my new thing. Plus value clicked. Not needed. Okay, great stuff. And then fuel allocation. Okay, yeah. So here we kind of want to set the value to the value that I'm getting from my update info thing. This is just initially, I guess. Well, I do this a few times. Yeah, we might as well set it. Okay, so this guy over here. So we have a get value. We can do a set value. Without notification, and all I need to do here, void. I actually never used the get value this time. So all I need to do here is integer field dot set Yep, that's it. Okay, so now that should all just work now, I believe. Okay, let's save it and let's try it. If this works, we can go on to the thing we were actually trying to build this morning. Okay, so we can unanchor Vulcan. And then we want to move to Jupiter. Gives me this. All of that looks pretty reasonable. Oh, I never updated my hover and clicking things. Okay. But I mean, this is working fine. Oh, that's interesting. So it goes down to negative. That doesn't make any sense. It shouldn't be able to do that. Right? So we check when we change our value. When it's less than the minimum amount, then we set it to the minimum amount. How is this not working? What? It was clearly less than the minimum amount. Then we set it to minimum amount. And we invoke it with the minimum amount. Oh. No. And then I invoked with new value. Maybe. Do I then return? So we should, I suppose we should return, yeah, right? Because otherwise it might just do this as well, but that shouldn't. Wait a minute. You know what this does? This changes the value on the side of the... This changes it here, which changes this, which updates everything, including this info. So it comes back, updates the field info. Uh-huh. Yeah, actually, then that's kind of stupid. I don't want that to happen. The update info, I guess at the end of the day, though, okay, let's try that again. I think that was the only thing. It was forcing the change from the outside. Which now that I think about it, maybe I should check it there as well. Okay, but anyway, if we unanchor. So now if we go down to 0, okay, it doesn't. Okay. That's better. Okay, now the only other thing is a little bit of a quality of life thing. And that is, I did all this for these buttons, right? This is what I want. Let's see if this works. Okay, fortunately we can just preview this to see if it works. There we go. Nice clicky buttons. Fantastic. Okay. Okay, now we get to build the actual thing that I was trying to do from the start. Okay, so new. Yeah, and we'll save this thing and we will call it the cargo transfer pop-up. I wonder if we can. Hey, Fizzy Jingers. that's a cool name. It's so nice to say. Cargo transfer pop-up, fantastic. Let's go with it. So we need a root container, like we always do. There we go. What's good? What's good? Many things, but UI Toolkit definitely not one of them. I guess it's not bad, at least. I've had much worse times with... what did I just do? With some of the other things you can use in Unity to make UI. Okay, well, let's see. So, I'm trying to recreate this piece of art right here. Honestly, I don't know. Okay, let's see. I might have some of these elements that I could just use. Okay, first of all, let's get the spacing and things correct. So I kind of want a two visual elements, right? So this is just the top, some kind of a top row or something. I don't know. Oh geez, how am I gonna do this? This is gonna be painful, I feel like. You think Anthropic and Claude did an integration with Unity? Maybe. I don't know. I'm a little bit on the clueless side when it comes to all the latest AI stuff, I'll be honest. Okay, so I kind of want to make a bunch of rows and a bunch of columns. And this is going to be pretty flippin' annoying if I have to do it in UI Toolkit or the UI Builder. So do I do it in... I think I do it with a custom element. Here we go. Custom elements assemble. Okay, so let's go UI custom element. So I guess, what do I call this? I'll call this a cargo transfer row. Oh, that's actually cool. Seriously? I didn't know that. Okay, but you'd still have to design the layout, which is a significant part of my problem sometimes. But I mean, that's still going to make it much easier. I'll have to go look into that. Not right now, though. Let's create a new... So this would be a cargo transfer row, I think. Okay. Custom elements. Add new item. Cargo transfer row element. You know what? I'm going to leave out the element. Cargo transfer row is good enough for me. Add. Okay, public partial class. Cargo transfer row. Okay, cargo transfer row extends visual element. Righto. And we do public cargo transfer row. There we go. Okay, so what does a cargo transfer row entail? So it's going to have obviously some kind of an icon, a description. Then it's going to have two things, right, that are somewhat similar, actually. It's just basically showing, this could be Vulcan and a region. It could be Vulcan and a station. It could be two stations. It could be many things, right? I don't really care. But the idea is we have two things here. Then we have resources for one, resources for the other. So with a selector and an amount. Okay, cool. So let's see. Now the thing is, let's just go back here because I believe you know what I could do? Let's do this quickly. UXML element. Cargo transfer row. Yeah, obviously needs to be a string. Like so. Okay, now I can stick it in there so long. Come on. Okay, so if I go here now, I should be able to find a cargo transfer row. Look at that. Flippin' amazing. Okay. Not really. Okay, but I have a bunch of elements. I have this definition element, which could actually be the thing I need because it has an icon and a label. And it could be anything, right? It could be resources. It could be... Yeah, I think... So I'm going to use a definition element, I think. That's fine. And then I'm going to just add my integer field with buttons as well. Twice. And then... Yeah, we just need to basically have a normal label for the amount. These resource elements, no, they're not required. Yeah. So a definition element is, I think, the correct thing, as well as this thing. And if we add existing USS to this, and we add our integer field with buttons, it fixes this thing nicely so it looks less terrible. Right. Okay, it's big now, obviously, but I'll make it fit. Okay. So that's at least some of the things we're gonna need. Okay, so how do I want to organize this? Do I want to organize it with other visual elements, perhaps. I could do that. I could do a public class, and I'll call it a transfer participant. Whatever, I'll call it a transfer participant visual element. Okay. So now each of these will have basically the same things. So yeah, okay, that's fine. So essentially a transfer participant will have a label, just call this a private label, for the cargo amount. Right. And then it will have a private integer field with buttons, right? Yeah, whatever. That thing. Yes. Okay, so when we start doing this, okay, so we need to do a few things. Public set void set cargo amount. Okay, so this is just a way to put my cargo amount in. Let's give it a string. Okay, so now this is the question. With my cargo transfer pop-up, do I have a view model? I probably do, to be honest. Yes. I probably do. Okay. Okay, but we need to just change the amount of the label. So cargo amount dot text is equal amount. So then we can just change that label. So that's fine. Then the integer field with buttons. Okay, this thing does... we should also just create these things. Add cargo amount and then integer field with buttons. We do need to init this. And we need a increase amount. Okay, let's see. 50 seems fine if we want to use the buttons. Minimum amount is 0. Okay, maximum amount. Okay, this is now where it's interesting. I feel like we should have the maximum amount you can transfer. Okay, wait a minute. How does the transfer actually work? Now, this is a question. If you do plus, does that mean you want more resources? Or is that the amount of resources you are sending? I feel like it should be the amount of resources you are sending. So this should be like amount to send. Right, this is how much cargo I have. This is the amount that I want to send. Okay, we'll just do like 10,000 right now. That's okay. Add amount to send. Okay, just something like that. Okay, this thing can do whatever it wants. Public void. I'm thinking of a few things that I need to maybe do here. So the first thing is, as you increase your amount to send, technically what I wanted to do is to check if this amount is sendable. And what I mean by that is, do I actually have that much cargo? So if my cargo amount is less than, let's say I put this to 10,000, but I only have 500 available. I would like it to show me that proactively, not only fail when I try to send it. Right, that would be ideal. Get value. So yeah, something like that. But for now, I guess I'm not gonna worry about that at the moment. I'll do a to-do here. Would be good if the max is the cargo amount. Right, so something like that, but we can come back to that probably and see if we can do that later. Okay, so this is a very straightforward visual element. So it's essentially just one of those. It's got an amount and an integer field, and I'm going to create, I'll have two of them, one for each sender. Okay. So that's my transfer participant. So what we'll have here is public transfer participant, participant 1, I guess, and participant 2. Really doesn't matter, but at least they are now in there. Okay, so participant 1 equals new participant. Okay. Okay, so in this row, the first thing we would like to add is the actual... oh yes, we need a definition element. So this just gives us the specific cargo. Okay, we'll figure this out. So we want to do a definition element. Yeah, something like that. Here we have our two participants and our definition element. And I think that is fundamentally, like, as simple as that sounds, that is everything we need in that order. So we can add the definition element, add participant 1 and 2. Now, somehow we'll have to add lines and stuff like that, you know, breaks and blocks and whatever. I could do that by just putting a border around one of the participants. But for now, let's just try this and see how this goes. Okay, we have no USS to fiddle with this. Okay, so this row itself doesn't actually know anything about much, does it? Yeah, it's very basic. We'll add functionality as we go. Let's just try and see if this is gonna work at all. And we can see now how we want to initialize it and stuff like that. But in terms of the element, this is currently all I need. I'll add a cargo transfer pop-up view model, I guess. Now we need a view and a view model, right? Probably. The travel panel view. Oh, okay, I just stuck the view model in here. Okay, well, I mean, that's fine. It's okay. This is technically a logistics thing. Yeah, so we'll add something there, but let's see if what this looks like. Okay, so now we have our cargo transfer row. Interesting. Okay, let's get rid of these two, because they're now just cluttering. So that's my cargo transfer row. So we can already see a few problems with it. Okay, so the first thing I think we'd want to do is change the size of this little window. I think it's going to be a little bit wider. I don't know, 900 wide. Okay. And then a row will typically be... Okay, so this is now where we need to add the correct USS element. So we can create a new USS, and we'll call this the cargo transfer pop-up USS. If I can, I want to put this thing at the top and set as active, right? So this one I don't really care about. This one I do. Okay. So let's just save that. Okay, so the cargo transfer row, I think what we want to do is, first of all, go in here and we'll just do private read only USS class name. Okay. Oh, it's a string. That's my problem. Okay, USS class name. And we'll call this the cargo transfer row. Right. And then right here where we do this, we add to class list USS class name. Okay, there we go. And what we can do with the participants as well. Now we can do participant one dot add to class list. So it's going to be USS class name plus a string underscore participant, right? And both of them are participants. So we add both of them to that one. Now, a participant, they're not going to do anything special. I want them to be identical. So yes, this is correct. I don't want to separate participant 1 and 2 from one another in any way. Nah. Okay, the definition element. I'm actually not sure. It's probably got some... Yeah, it's a definition element. So I could access these things if I want to. Yeah. Okay. But all in all, this is a good start. So what we want to do now is go here, add a selector. And you know what? I should copy this because typos happen. Cargo transfer row and cargo transfer row participant. Okay, so now we should get the participants or the row itself. There we go. Okay, and when we can access the definition element if we so choose, or we can access inside the definition element the icons and stuff like that. Yeah, we'll try that now, but let's just fix up our row. So first of all, this is a row. It should look like that. Right, that looks like a row now. Yeah, okay, the spacing is horrible. Actually, you know what? We should add... Well, okay, now we can tell the participants to be a certain size, right? Now, so we can tell the participants to be, let's make it a percentage, 30% of the total size. That seems okay. And we could even give it some spacing, some padding. Now, you see, this is where I'm thinking, do I just chuck in a visual element in there for my spacing? I don't want to do that, I'll be honest. Okay, but I'm going to do this, and I'm going to actually grab my definition element here. I wish I could copy from this. I can copy this one. Okay, so this will select my definition element here. And I can give it a size, so what I could do is I could give it a width percentage of 30% as well. So now they are all the same size, theoretically. Right, yeah. Okay, and now what I could do is I could just tell this thing, okay, if all of them are the same size, we can simply do something like this to make everything look nice. Yeah. And it should space them evenly. Yeah, that's okay. Okay, now for this definition element, I kind of want to access a few more things. Like I want to access the icon. So __ icon. That's not a problem. Should be able to spell that, no problem at all. Okay, we got it. Now, okay, so the icon, okay, yes, unset. Okay, so let's see. So obviously it's too small. Now here's the thing. How big do we want one of these rows to be? This seems nice. How big is that actually? It is, oh, you know what? It is 50, I think, because one of these buttons is 50. Yeah, so if the row is then essentially 50 big, okay. We'll set it to 50, I guess, that's fine. I should actually make these potentially resize. Maybe. But anyway, this is okay. I'm happy with that. Okay, so what I want to do now then is I want to grab this icon. And what if I make it 50 by 50? Right? So now it fills in the space similar to those buttons over there. Okay, now this label, I think I can grab that __ ID, right? Boom, I grabbed it. Okay, then we unset anything that's set currently. And okay, let's just see. Okay, first of all, this icon, you are not shrinking by any chance, are you? I hate it when that happens. Okay, it is shrinking. Okay, you can already see this text is overflowing. Okay, so let's go text. No overflowing for you. I want you to do a wrap. See, this is always text is quite special. Okay, advanced processing module. Like, why? How does it think that's okay? Okay, let's try something here. Height should be like 100%, right? It should just be the full height. And the width, I don't actually know. But it should definitely shrink. Yeah, which it's not doing. There we go. Okay, so now that label won't go and just be bigger for no reason. So advanced processing module, or whatever it is, right? This could be some long text and it's now doing the right thing. Okay. And then finally, we want it to just be nice and centered. I don't think centered like that is important. Yeah. Okay, this is looking good, I think. Okay, now let's see our root container. I'm not gonna put a background this time. I'm just gonna make it black. That's okay. And I do want to add a bit of margin, I think. Yes, let's just do 5 pixels of margin. Oh, okay, wait. Is that where the margin goes? That's not what I want. I want like that. Yeah. Kind of want lines to separate everything. So you know what? Let's go put in the lines. So what I'll do is okay, I'll do a visual element line equals new visual element. Then we can do line dot style dot background color equals white. That would be a color color.white. I think so. Line.style.width equals 2. So 2 pixels. Right. And then we actually just add a line. What? Local bound. Where the hell is that even? We add line there. I think we could just add line here as well, or do we need 2 different lines? I actually don't know how that works at all. Will it add 2 copies, or does it add it once and then kind of moves it? I guess we'll see. I think I already know. I have a suspicion. Yeah, you can't do that. You need 2 lines. Okay, this is pretty bad. Yeah, no, this is a bad way of doing this. Fine. Line 1 dot add to class list, and we'll just add it to the USS class name plus line. Right, then we duplicate this and we delete that. Yeah, okay. They need to be separate things. Otherwise, they don't show. Plus, this should be underscore line. Okay, let's see now. Now, it's not gonna show up entirely correctly, but we'll fix that now. Because we don't actually have. We need to go here and type in line. Let's do unset all. Okay, then the background color, white, and width, 2 pixels. Okay, so the line is almost showing correctly. Why is this line not working? Why does it not have the class list? Oh. There we go. Okay, nice. Okay, so we have our lines now. So everything is nice and sorted. If I added, let's try something here. If I added a border, it would probably look kind of bad. Unless I added a background first. Yeah, you'd have to do something like add a visual element, maybe call it the transfer table, add this inside of the transfer table. Then what you do with the transfer table is you tell it to have a white border that is 2 pixels. Yes, okay, that is the idea. You also tell it to not grow. Yeah, something like that. Then it looks okay. Okay, what is happening here? Why are you being ugly? Okay, I entered a field with buttons. Okay, I think it's the height, right? Yes. Everything is auto on height. Okay, except for... Okay, no, the input is not auto. So if I make this auto, it does that. If I make it 100%, okay. And that's closer to what I want. This thing has... Are those margins or... Yeah, they were margins. Let's give it some padding. Ah, now we're getting somewhere. That looks kind of good. Some padding there. It obviously changes them all now. Okay, this thing... Okay, this is now where it gets a little bit funny. If I want these buttons to be 50 by 50, yeah, I kind of need this whole thing to have a height of 50 always. Right? If the buttons are supposed to be 50 by 50, then one of these would be 50. And then my row itself, if I just unset the height, it'll be 50 because that's the size of those buttons, I guess. Okay. So let's imagine we have multiple of these rows, then it's going to look something like that. Okay, and we will have multiple of them, obviously. Okay, so it looks okay with the lines and everything for some of it. Okay, so all we need to do now is maybe add lines between if we want to look like a table. I don't think I want to add lines between, but definitely some spacing, I suppose. Some spacing might be in order. So, you know, something like a margin on the top or just the bottom. Yeah. You see now what this does, obviously. Okay, wait. Let's do bottom. Ah, crying out loud. This is quite frustrating with the lines, right? Because the lines do not... They're not gonna behave with the margins. Okay, let's add like 3 margin. That looks reasonable. What we can do with the lines... I wonder actually, would we make it absolute? Ah, okay, wait, that might not be such a great idea. Yeah, I kind of just want them to be longer. Oh, what if I gave them a negative margin? I mean, would you even have known? Oh, I think I've done it. Okay. You know, that's fine. Okay, let's put in the first row and just see if we can do this. First row, and you know, what if I make it a cargo transfer row itself? Okay, so there's many things that it won't do. So let's make the height 50. Meh. Okay, we can make it. Wait, I did make it a cargo transfer row, right? Yes. So if we have 5 things like this, and okay, I think what I want to do is I want to add a first row. Yeah, so let's do first row underscore heading. Yeah, actually I could do that. I could do first row heading, and then I can do first row line. You know what, actually, no, I don't need to do that. I can just make... So actually what I want to do here is I want to have labels, because that's a heading. And then I want to have the lines in between, right? Delete those two. So if I just make this thing a line... It kind of works. And then these are my first row headings. I'll figure this out now, don't worry. Don't worry. What? Okay, did you get applied first row heading? Yes, okay. The first row heading, what we can do with 30%, I think. Wait. Definition element, yeah, it's 30. A little confused as to why these lines are so thin. I guess it's because I make them grow. Okay, look at that. Oh, that's something. Okay, so we can make these headings centered like that and like that, maybe. We can even put a border. So if I want to make this seem good, we do something like this. Ah, okay, spot the problem. Damn it, man. That's not because of the spacing, right? Okay, so what if we make them their headings? What if we make them grow? I think that'll fix it, right? Yes and no. It obviously breaks the spacing. Ain't that a bummer? Ah, no, you know what? I have a better idea. Wait, what did I just do? What? Did they all lose their... Okay, let's switch off the growing. These things, they all lost their class. Yep. You are a heading. You are a heading. Not yet. Now you are. You are a line. You are a line. Okay, everything's fine. And I just want to unset the border. And what I could do is just the first row itself could have a border. That's the good idea right there. Okay. So 2 pixels. Completely white. There we go. There we go. Okay, and now what we can do is we can just add, we can say this resource, right? That's the resource. This is the participant 1, and this is participant 2. Okay, that doesn't look too bad. Okay, wait, I'm missing something that I only realized now. Oh yes, the transfer participants. Okay, yeah, we still need to add for the transfer participants. They need to be like that as well. Yes, because they have this amount, and then this is obviously the integer field. Okay, yes, participant 1 and 2. We need the 2. We need to show how much resources they currently have. Ah, fair play. Okay. Okay. we need to enlarge this thing slightly. So this thing is currently growing the whole thing. Okay. So let's just go and add a tile or something to this. Amount to send, and this is now cargo amount. Okay, so we need to do dot add to class list, and I think yeah, I'm just gonna do participant cargo amount. Right, why not? Participant cargo amount. Stick that right in there, and it should show me what I need to see. Okay, and I should have access to these labels, right? Participant cargo amount. Okay, they might not work with me 100%, but let's see if I give them some size. Okay. Okay, so they do work. Interesting. Yeah, these buttons are big, man. Make them 50%. Yeah, the transfer amount gets weird. 30%. Let's add a number to them, but before we do that, let's just make this nice and centered. We'll just add some placeholder text. Yeah, cargo amount dot text equals, I don't know. If we use the same, so let's do 10.6k, right? Oh, that's not 10.6, but you get what I'm saying. We're using the same format as we are using for all our other numbers, because these numbers can get quite big, right? They're always going to be quite large. Okay, now that looks fine for the most part. This is the most basic UI I've ever built in my life. Just black and white, some color here and there. But honestly, currently this looks better than some of the other stuff I've been doing. So, okay, so that's something. We can increase the font size, I guess, to 18. I'm just thinking about this. Do I need to add? I probably do. This is the amount to send, and this is the current cargo. Current cargo, send amount. Okay, I'll come do that now. But first, I'm gonna take a quick break, run to the restroom, and I'll be right back. Add new one of these, one of those. See you in 2 minutes. Wait a minute. I forgot to switch on the sound. Okay, the sun is out. Do you notice it? Might as well open a window, right? Why not? Nice and light in here now. Okay, let's continue. Okay, so there might be other things that I want to fix here. But for now, this is pretty good. Let's make that a little bit bigger. Participant 1 and 2. I'll change this to be in code, right? I'll make this resource would stay the same. But this could be Vulcan, and then this could be whatever the region is, for instance, that we're trying to work with. You know what, honestly, this would probably always be Vulcan. No, sometimes I think I'm going to change it later. I think I could implement or use the same transfer pop-up for things like buying resources, right? Maybe at some point I want to buy and sell resources. And then I could effectively just use the same thing. Right, now the other issue I was thinking about now is we only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 rows, right? Right now. And yeah, you see what's happening. We know for a fact there are more than 7 rows, or there should be more than 7 rows, because well, we know how many resources we have. We have way more than 7. So we should stick a scroll view in here, potentially. Can we just put the whole table in the scroll view? I mean, technically I could. It's a little shit with the thing at the top going away. So maybe not the whole table in the scroll view. So how do I get the first row to look good? Because it's going to squish because of the bar that appears on the side. Yeah, so technically what I could do is I could take all of this stuff and stick those in the scroll view, and then put the scroll view underneath first row. But you see what happened. Right. Oh, that's also bad. Why does it do that when I... I'm not a fan of that. These ones are okay. This one is now because it's touching the end there. Ugh, crying out loud. Why are you like this? I need to give it some breathing room. Could I make the whole row? No, I'm not changing the height of the row. 99%. Yeah, that helps, I guess. Okay, but we can clearly see there's a problem now with those things at the top there. For the first row. So that looks terrible. Now what we could do for the first row is I suppose we could get rid of these lines. That helps it somewhat. Right? We can also make the first row width 100. That's probably the best case. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna live with that. I'll live with that. I think so. Okay. So now our first row looks like that. And this, okay, now the only question is, do we add a mount? And you know what, for now I don't think it's necessary. I mean, we could. Essentially we'd have to do this kind of thing. Yeah, where they go in there. And then they are still a first row heading. Right, but first row heading. Let's do first row heading holder instead. And then we make, okay, this label can be first row heading holder. You can be that, and you can be that. Something like that. And you know what? I'm gonna make them 33. So now it should be somewhat, yeah. Yeah, that's okay. Okay, now right here we now have a new thing. So first row also, I think we should be a little bit higher. And then in here, I want to add another visual element and 2 more labels. Right, something like that. And we want to make this thing flex in that direction. Okay, yeah, I think what I want to do is a first row sub heading. Okay, and then these ones will be subheadings. Okay, and then I can grab the subheadings and I can tell them, listen, you guys can be like 14. Wait, how big is the normal labels? 24. Oh, okay. Yeah, we can make it like 18. Yeah, something like that, I guess. And then we can position them. Let's type in here something. Okay, so this is the cargo storage. Right, something like that. And this is the amount to send. Okay, so both of those look horrible. Okay, so let's play with this a little bit. So first of all, I want the text to overflow, be centered, and I want to give them a width. I think I kind of liked that. Yes. Okay, we can give them a height. That's too much. Right, why is it so big? What is this thing doing? Okay, what if we might just make you auto? Yeah, that. Why was it struggling like that? Okay, anyway. Okay, cargo storage. Amount to send. Okay, so these are obviously not correctly spaced or anything. Also, don't think I'm gonna be able to space them correctly. What I might have to do is a little bit of finagling. Something like this. We just kind of tell them where you need to be. I think this could just say storage, right? Yeah. And then that is... amount to send. Transfer amount, I don't know. Amount to send, transfer amount to send. Yeah, honestly, I'm not sure. Oh, I'm still in preview mode. Oops. Okay. Okay. Yeah, amount to send, transfer amount. I guess that's okay. Is there any... would it make sense to make this bigger? Storage transfer amount. Yeah, potentially. Yeah, it's not too bad. Something like that. Storage transfer amount. I think it's okay. Okay, I think I'm gonna go with that. Okay, so we have storage, transfer amount, blah blah blah, and this is scrollable, so no problems there. And then we have all our cargo transfer rows. Now, what else do we need here? We probably need a button or something like a button to effectively... that top row doesn't exist. Okay. To effectively... yeah, okay, so I think I know. So we're going to put a visual element at the bottom there. I kind of like the size. Let's do something like this, where you can be 90% of the total height, and you are 10% of the total height. So that's essentially our table. Could we give you a border? Make this look sweet. Okay, let's see. 2. Not -1, 2. It's nice and connected. Look at that. Okay, well, anyway, then we just put some buttons in there. Yeah, and this would basically be the accept transfer and cancel transfer buttons, right? Cancel transfer and accept transfer. Okay, they look terrible. Transfer button. Okay, let's get them in there. I essentially just want to make them smaller. Not too much smaller, but like they are a little bit heavy. Grow, don't grow, please. Set as value. There we go. We want you to be 150 wide. I think that'll look fine. And we can do something like that. Should be fine. Now, obviously, these buttons look terrible in comparison to the rest of my UI currently. So we need to make the backgrounds black. There we go. Now we've got some good looking buttons. Okay. And we can just do cancel. Cancel transfer. And accept transfer. Right, straightforward. We can even do a hover. Right, and we can do a hover and active. I never know if I want to do it this way. I think this is fine. So hover, What do we want to do when we hover? I think if I change my text color to a slight shade of yellow, what would that look like? Okay, we do all properties here. I'm sure. Yeah, let's preview. Subtle, but not bad. Okay, and then in active. Okay, so active does not do anything actually. Okay, so we can. Yeah, I mean that's super basic, but you know, whatever. It's something. It's a little bit of feedback, so we know we're clicking it. Okay, yeah, you know what? That's good enough. We'll just leave it like that. I'm obviously gonna one day have to do all of my buttons in the same way, or something. But anyway, for now, okay, we can make a big heading here. Call this just big heading. Right. Now, I guess if this thing is 80%, %, don't grow. And then this big heading over here can be 10%. Hey, transfer cargo. Boom, boom, boom. Now I kind of feel like I don't need my thingy at the bottom here. Yeah, also, how wide do I really want this thing to be? 900, right? Yeah. I think so. We'll just keep it 900. Yeah. Yeah, I like a good 900 there. Let's make you 40. Okay, I think this is good enough. Let's create the code that goes with this. Whoop-de-doo. I'm probably going to have to remove all these, or I'll clear them. Yeah, I'll just clear it. I'll clear everything, yeah. Okay, but this is not bad. So let's go ahead and go here. Now, this is kind of like a logistics thing. So we'll add a new item here and we'll call it the cargo transfer. Panel view. I guess that's the only good or proper name to give it. Public class cargo transfer panel view. Okay, I think I make these mono behaviors typically because I plug them into places. Yeah. I don't technically need to. No, I actually really technically don't. Huh. Well, unless I want them to start. Eh. I really technically don't need to, but whatever. It's how I've been doing it, so whatever. I'll just continue in the same way. Okay, now this is gonna be a thing. Okay, so a lot of stuff we'll grab, right, from our pop-up. Some stuff will generate, and then, yeah, that's essentially it. Okay, I'm gonna use this travel view as my guide. So I think I'd need a view model, root container, and the document, right? Those are the same every single time. But okay, the view model here is going to be a little bit more interesting. So we create it at the bottom here. Cargo transfer panel view model, right? We'll just slap that in. No, why? Okay. No. So you go there. That's what we actually want. We do want a constructor for the view model, I guess. Yeah, we do. View model, boom, boom, constructor. And here we want a public void and initialize. Okay, just something like that. Okay, this one also typically has a cargo transfer panel view, which we call the view, and we will need that when we construct it. So this dot view equals view. Good stuff. And normally when you initialize this one, you'd also need your cargo transfer view model, view model. So this is just the start of it, right? This is where we normally end. We start the process. Okay. So now we need to think about all the things we need. Okay, so first of all, we have a heading. That's not a big deal. It might not even change at all, ever. Potentially. I might call it something else, so let's just get it. So, heading. That's the first thing. Okay, now. Table stuff. Okay, all the stuff in the table. Now, which things do I need to grab? So, I don't need to grab everything. I just need to grab some things. So, for instance, in my first row, I really only want participant 1 and 2, right? Because those values I might want to change programmatically. So, we'll grab those. We'll forget about the others. Let's see. So, oh, why? Just let me see what I named them. Oh, crying out loud. So crying out loud. Okay, they're not named. Okay. So we'll call them participant 1 name. Right. So participant 1 name and participant 2 name. Okay. So that's where we start. Okay, so we'll have private label not layout element, label. Participant 1 name and participant 2 name. Okay. So those are the first things we need in the table. Then we actually need the scroll view because we're adding these elements to the scroll view. Right? Okay, that's fine. So we can do private scroll. Oh my genade. Okay, and this would be the table content container. Essentially, well, you know what? Table scroll view. Okay, and that bizarrely enough is all I need for the table. And then we need a couple of buttons, right? So we have private button, cancel transfer and accept transfer. And accept transfer. Accept transfer. Okay, so that's actually not that bad. Okay. Okay, we still need to do a few boilerplate things. So this root container stuff, we do that every time. So we get root. Okay, now we just need this thing, will be called cargo transfer pop-up. Okay, so we get the root container from that. And now we can do everything else. Okay, so now we can do heading equals root container.q, not, oh my word, root container q. This is not a visual element, this is a label. And it's just called heading. Okay, so we got it. Now I'm not changing it right now, but eventually we might. Okay, and then we need participant names. Okay, so yes, like it. It's very cold currently, so my hands are killing me and I can't type. They are so slow. Okay, so we grab the participant 1 and participant 2 names. So let's just do that. Okay. And we'll need the table scroll view. Yeah, it's the only one really, so just grab it. Okay, and then we'll need our 2 buttons. So cancel transfer. Not that simple, but almost. Okay, those are our 2 buttons. And then all we have to do is cancel clicked plus equals tab group, and then accept transfer dot clicked plus equals tab. There we go. So we've registered to our buttons, which are really the only things we need to register to currently. Well, not entirely. There's a bunch of other things that are going to happen here. But these are the things we can register to permanently, so to speak. Well, technically we could actually maybe even not do that permanently. We can do that on initializing. And then we normally have public void clear for these as well, right? Well, my father. Okay, and when we clear, we go and we unregister these. Okay, so now we need to think about where the data is going to flow from and to. So the first thing I think we should do is when we initiate a cargo transfer, we will need to know who's participating. And I think we want to go get a list of resources from the participants, provided they have some, right? So I don't want to just give it the complete list of resources. I only want to show the list of resources that I have on each, right? So the question is our view model. Who is it gonna get when this happens? Also, is this a simulation side thing as well? So do I have a cargo transfer class in my simulation? Potentially. So that when I click the cargo transfer, I don't know if I do, honestly. Guess. Yeah, it's a weird one because it's such a UI dependent thing. I could just have it change things in the storages of. So I could, for instance, have the transfer panel view model. I could just have it take in two structures, right? So whichever two structures are involved in the transfer, right? And then we can grab the storages from the structures because the view model could get that. You know, or we'd have to create a new simulation element. Yeah, I'm actually not sure if this is a good or bad idea. Let's ask our friend ChatGPT. Let's see what it thinks. Okay, so I'm building my cargo transfer system inside my game. Now, here's the thing. I have nice UI. I have a panel view controlling all the UI elements and stuff, keeping those together. And I have a view model, right, which is supposed to connect to the back end. Now, I'm currently thinking about, I could do this two ways. I can create a cargo transfer class in my simulation, which doesn't really do anything except for, you know, handle some logic behind transferring cargo. And then I can connect that to the view model. Or I could just have the view model do some of that logic itself. Not have it synced back to the simulation. Not quite sure. I kind of feel like the correct way is to create a simulation class, cargo transfer, that connects to the panel view. I'm just not sure what the benefit would be, because I could easily get the storages of each of the two participants in the transfer and manipulate them straight from the panel view or the model, the panel view model. So why would I intentionally add a third layer on top of this? Yeah. Okay. I think I'm making the simulation. It's making some good points. Ah, okay. This is a very good point. Actually, I've never thought about it like this. This is a good rule. If tomorrow I wanted to add an AI player, right? So somebody that can play the game that's completely AI, could I just remove the UI entirely and it will be able to play the game? And if that's the case, then on the simulation side, there would have to be a way for this thing to transfer cargo. So all the rules and things governing cargo transfers would have to exist inside the simulation so that the AI player could accomplish a cargo transfer. That is actually a very good point. Yeah, I can temporarily store things inside my view model, like how much of what am I trying to do, but actually transferring the cargo, it will have to go back to my simulation. And the simulation needs to be able to transfer cargo. Okay, so we'll go to simulation scripts. I don't really know what is. It's probably logistics, right? Yeah. Now, good question is, did I do that consistently for everything else? I don't think I did. I have a feeling I did not. There might be something else that is completely dependent on the UI to work. Anyway, add new item. Cargo transfer service. .cs, right? There we go. Cargo transfer service. So public class cargo transfer service. Okay, no, wait, you don't do that. Okay, and then public class, not a class, public void transfer Argo. And what I could actually do here is it could be interesting. I could make this a Boolean and I could tell it, okay, you'd need an input or something. Yeah, so we'd need a few things. So we'll need a string resource ID, I suppose. Right, and then we'll need integer amount. So this is which resource, how much, and then we'll need something to identify the two destinations. Okay. Did we just grab the storages? I guess so, right? So storage. Source. Storage. Destination. Okay. So, first of all, if source dot has enough resources. Okay, so we can check source dot enough resources, resource ID amount. Right. So if we have enough resources, that's fine. You know what? Let's do a guard clause. Okay. Oh, and this is the other thing I want to do. I want to make an out string failure message. Okay. And we can do failure message. It's just an empty string. But here we can say failure message equals, and we can tell it, look, we don't have enough, not enough resources at source, right? And we can also say return false, so we failed. Okay, cool. That's the first thing we could check. That's actually the only real issue we might have, I think. In the future, maybe we have other issues, but for now, that's the only thing I think of. There's also the case where we don't have enough storage space in the new thing. That could also be a problem. Okay, now the storage itself, it's got a way to transfer cargo. Just check, what did I build here? I have add complete storage. That's not exactly what I need to do. Empty storage. No, this is... Yeah, no, we're not doing this exactly. Yeah, so we are actually just going to be let's call this the sender receiver. That sounds too... Oh, whatever, it doesn't matter. Okay, so destination.add resources. What do we want to add? A resource ID? No. Resource ID amount. And we don't really care about our out. And then source.remove resources and amount. Right, that's essentially all it needs to do. Very straightforward stuff. Okay, and in this case, we return true. Now, yeah. Should I make this cargo service just a static class? Because if I think about it, it's like it's just a little, it's one function. So this cargo transfer service, should I just make it static? Because I'm thinking it's just holding a one function currently. It might have more, but I mean, it never changes. It's not supposed to change. Is there a reason to not just have it as a static class that I can't think of right now? I like asking ChatGPT questions like this. It gives me some good answers sometimes. Not always, but sometimes. Yeah, and it tells me there's no single right answer. Of course there isn't. I also transfer cargo, transfer service. Okay, transfer cargo. Okay. Okay, that's a good point. Yeah, if I make this static now, what it's going to do in the future for me is if I want anything else to happen. So currently I kind of already have this transfer cargo thing with a boolean and a failure message. So it's already a little bit of something that has a result. So if for instance I wanted to be logged in, some data tracking thing that I want to put into the simulation where I just keep interesting data or whatever. And then maybe I want this to be part of the simulation. So for now, okay, let's just do this. And what we can do then is just go to our simulation manager, and honestly simulation manager doesn't really do much anymore. I think it's just part of the game now. Yeah, game class. I could add this into my simulation manager itself, then I'll do game simulation manager cargo transfer, or it could be part of my logistics, I guess, as well. Because technically I'm treating this as if it's a part of logistics, transferring cargo, which I think is not necessarily incorrect. Yeah, let's do that. Public cargo transfer service, and then when we create our logistics network, we just do cargo transfer service is equal to new. Okay, so we should be able to grab it and ask it for stuff, no problem. And it's part of logistics, right? So that feels like a natural place for it to live currently. Okay. So we might just have access to our cargo transfer service, so that we can call it, do stuff with it. We don't even need it. We could just call it anyway. But okay, fine. Let's just do that. Now, having storage to send something here, which means we'd probably need a few more things. We'll need a private structure. Why do I think a structure? Because the storage alone, the structure has storage, but it also has things like its name, which is what I need. Whereas the storage won't have, yeah, that won't work. So we can't go up from a storage. Or we might be able to, I don't know. Storage doesn't know anything about its structure, I don't know. Why does it keep adding this thing? Okay. Yeah, so we'd need a structure. Participant. One. And participant 2. Right, so we have 2 participants. these are just read only. Okay, so when we open up our view model, I suppose we should then get, you know, structure participant 1 and 2. I'll figure out how I want to get that there. It's going to work something like this, right? We don't need to do this one. That's fine. So yeah, so now participant 1 is equal to, well, no. This dot participant 1 is equal to, and that one. And then cargo transfer service equals game.logistics.network.cargo transfer service. Right, now we've got it. Okay, now typically these type of pop-ups, I open them in my UI manager. So let's just see. So this is my Vulcan travel pop-up that I made in the well, last time. Yeah, so if we do public void transfer cargo, this is a cargo transfer pop-up. Right, so we'll do view model equals cargo transfer panel view model. Right, and we need a bunch of stuff for this. Okay, so we'll need the view itself. Where did I get? Oh, Vulcan. Ah. Okay. So we'll do I don't know if that's correct, but we'll have the cargo transfer panel view. And we really don't need the view models, right? Yeah, no, we don't. So we create a new view model. We'll give it the view. But then we need participants 1 and 2. So this is now where it gets interesting. So structure punt 1 and participant 2 will need to be passed for this to work, and we create you with that participant 1 and participant 2. Right? Cargo transfer panel view dot initialize. Yes, that's exactly what we do. And then we do navigation.open cargo transfer panel view.root container. Right. There we go. What are you complaining about? Oh, I didn't put new. Sorry, that's not what I meant to do. Okay, there we go. So this is essentially how we do it. Now, if we look at like the Vulcan travel pop-up, this is obviously called by our region view, right? When we click on something. So yeah, so this is an important part now. I think there's a couple of ways we could do this. The first way might be if we rename this to Vulcan Cargo Transfer Pop-up. We only have a single participant, and this is actually going to be game.vulcan, right? And the idea would be we can call this, under normal circumstances, it's going to be Vulcan most of the time. So it might be better or easier to work like that. And then we just need the second participant. Now, the second participant will effectively be the logistics hub of the region Vulcan is currently in. Right, so actually we don't even need this. What we need to do is we need to do something like this. Structure participant 2, right, is equal to game.vulcan.current-region.logistics hub, right? Because each region has a logistics hub attached to it. Not always necessarily. Sometimes you don't have one. And that's why we should check. At some point we should check, right? We should either have it so that Vulcan cannot even get access to this button when there is no logistics hub. But what I'll do now is if participant 2 is actually equal to null, I'll just return for now, because there is a possibility that this is the case. Okay, but this makes it quite simple. So Vulcan and participant 2, all that's good, right? Now later I might have other types of participants, but this is how I'll do it now. And then the Vulcan cargo transfer pop-up. What we'll do later is we'll actually make a button somewhere in the world for cargo transfer to be able to happen. And then I'll worry about where that button is and how that button is connected to this, right? Yeah. I think so. Okay, good. We have our cargo transfers. We have our panel view and view model all ready. Well, somewhat ready. Okay, so we need to have a few things happen here. Public void set participants. I think that's fine. Set participants. Okay, so we're gonna have a string name 1 and string name 2, right? Simple as that. And all we have to do really is do a participant one name dot text equals name 1 and name 2. Okay, so that's one of the things we can do, right? And that I think we can do. Okay, that's the first thing. Now the next thing we want to do is public void add table row. Okay, now this can get a little bit dicey. So what will we need for a table row to be added? Well, I guess we'll need a definition SO. resource. Or whatever, definition SO. We'll need that. And we'll need a string cargo 1 and string cargo 2. So that's just the amount, right? Right, I think that's correct. And so in a cargo transfer row, so currently we don't actually have a constructor for this necessarily, but we can just have a public init void init function here. And what we'll need, so let's think about this. So we have a definition element, so we'll need everything for a definition element, right? Okay, a definition element needs an SO, effectively. Oh, okay, it's got a set data as well. Okay, great stuff. So what we can do is... Okay, since the definition element, so we need a definition SO. SO, that's for our element there. So that there we need for each participant, we need the cargo amount. Righto. So string amount 1. And string cargo amount 2. Okay, so we initialize this, so we can do definition element. Oh, I don't even have that public. Public, private. Definition element. Right, we don't need this then. Righto. So definition element dot set data, and we just give it the SO, and it's on its way. Okay, so then we need to do participant 1 and 2. We need to set cargo amounts. Yeah. Okay, so participant 1 dot set cargo amount 1, and participant 2 cargo amount 2. Happy days. Okay, so that's essentially all we need to do to initialize one of these rows. Right. Okay, so here we can do cargo transfer row. Row equals new cargo transfer row. Row dot init. Just like that. And then we do scroll view dot add row, right? Yes. Table scroll view dot add row. So that's how we add all the rows. Okay. We set the participants and then we add the table rows with our definitions. Now, how do we get those? Now, this is where it gets interesting. So for this to be available to us, this information, we essentially need to know all the resources that we have available. So if I had to think about this, what I would try to do, I guess, is probably get a list of all the resources. Now, this is now an interesting question. So storage, we have resources, right? Okay, and we should say technically just be able to access those. Okay. So I don't think we need to do. So we need to sort these first, right? So we can do something like a private list of, please, string. Now list doesn't work because system.collections. Okay, so a list of string transferable resources. Okay, well, whatever. Equals new list of string. Okay, so what we can do then is private void set transferable resources. Okay. Okay, so this is what we do. We go through for each string resource in participant1.storage dot resources. Ooh, okay. That is not exposed. Get resource amount. Okay, we could do that. Okay, we can also do game dot definition database dot get all IDs for resource definition. Okay. So this will return a list of strings for anything that's of the type resource definition. Okay, that works for me. Okay, so we go through all of those, and now we check. We check two things. If the participant1.storage.get resource amount resource greater than 0. Okay, we can add the resource and we can return. Okay, and you know what we can also do? You just do this again, but with participant 2. So obviously we'll return if we can't find it. But now this gives us a quick way to only go through this list once, access the resource amount, and if I have any for either one of them, participant 1 or 2, I can add this to transferable resources. Okay, so that works to add the table rows. I still need the cargo capacity of 1 and 2. Right, so I could theoretically add this to a different type. I could do this. Private Public class. String int something dumb like that, and then this could just be a list of transferable resources, right? And then I could populate this immediately. So let's think about this. So we go through this. We add so what we can do is we can do new transferable resource, and we do something like this. Cargo 1 is then equal to let's do this. Cargo 1 int cargo 1 equals that, and then cargo 2 is that. Okay, so then what we could do is we could just say if cargo 1 or cargo 2 is greater than 0. So if either one of these are in fact more than 0, we can do transferable resources, add new, something straightforward like that. Oh, these aren't public. Okay, yeah, so that's straightforward. So now we've got all of that. So we set the transferable resources. So we go through the string, we add them. Now I'm thinking, is this even necessary to keep them in a list first? Almost don't feel like it is. I feel like I could just add the row straight. Yeah. What if I just did view.add table row, and I give it a little bit in game data. No, game data dot instance dot definition SOs, and we just need to give it the resource, right? This is a... Wait, can't I just get... How's my game data set up that I can't do get something? Oh, it can give me lists of stuff. Okay, well, I guess that's how it works. Definition SOs, and then we give it the resource. Okay. Well, my genade. Okay, something like that. And then we can just give it the cargo 1, cargo 2. These need to be in strings, I guess. Yes. Hey, the virtual panda. How's it going, man? We are winning slowly, perhaps. Okay, this could be I think I have, let's see, number formatted dot format. Cargo 1. Yeah. Number formatter dot format. Cargo 2. Boom. Okay, now we got somewhere. Now, I don't even know if we need to keep this list of transferable resources because it's inside the row now. The information that I need. Yeah, that's a interesting phenomenon now. It's damn cold, man. Yes, I'm struggling. My fingers are frozen. I'm typing so clumsily today. It's not even funny. Okay, so there's a few things we can ask or say now. So first of all, we could, for instance, keep a list here of all the transferable resources. We could also keep a list, you know, inside, and this could be a list of elements inside our panel view. The question is, why would we need that list? So when we... Oh, I know why. Okay, but we'll need the list in here. Because once we say accept transfer, we effectively want to go through the entire list and do a bunch of cargo transfers for each element in the list of the element list, right? Because this thing keeps the data that has been set. This thing doesn't know about it. So I actually think this is pointless on this side. Yeah, we can get rid of that one. Is it, man? Yeah, well, I'm touching it fairly regularly, but it's a lot of work. But I enjoy it. I can do this. I wouldn't say all day. At some point, it's kind of not great to sit here. Hey, C Strange. C Stranchen. You do it all day, hey? How do you sit all day? Yes, I've been eyeing a couple of standing desks I won't like, because sitting the whole damn day gets old. Yeah, I know you sit in your butt, but doesn't it get uncomfortable? Don't you get stiff and sore? Maybe I just have a shit chair. Every time I try to buy a new chair, it just ends up being worse. Okay, so set transferable resources. So we do this. And you know what? We can do this immediately upon getting our participants, right? So we can do this immediately. Okay, so now we'll have a table with a bunch of stuff in it. Now, one question I could ask. You jump in the pool. Wow, what kind of life are you living? Halfway through the day, you just go and swim a little bit, hey? That's nice. I guess I could do the same, but the pool is damn cold. It's probably just above freezing, like 3 degrees Celsius at the moment. Oh wow, Virtual Panda, you come home and go do a shower, huh? Yeah, I work from home as well. But I don't spoil myself like that. Well, I work from home most of the day, let's say that. I have to leave in the afternoons normally, but it's like my schedule currently, I think it's only in the afternoons from about 3 p.m. I think there's one day that I have to leave at 1 p.m., but most days 3 p.m. Okay, let's see. So I think I want to keep a list of all my cargo transfer row elements, right? Yeah, private list cargo transfer row. Cargo transfer rows, I think, is appropriate. We can just say new. Okay, something like that. Right? It's the only perk of your current job. You do technical support for ISP. I know somebody who does the same thing. He's technical support for a service provider. WireLink. Yeah, in South Africa. Oh, it's 38 where you are from. Damn. That's pretty mild, I'll be honest. In comparison to South African weather. No, that's hot. That is quite hot. Yeah, I think we're going up to 20 only. Something like that. Which is not bad, right? For a winter. Our winters are pretty nice. Wait, where are you from? Where is it that hot? That's like desert weather. Or Florida weather. Oh, yes, Florida is terrible. Equator weather. California. Okay, wait, yeah, California. I've also heard some things. Now that place is hot. Could even be Europe. That's true, eh? They've been struggling. Those poor Europeans don't know what's hitting them. They're not used to the the weather. I mean, we have it the opposite. Our houses are built for the heat. So when it gets cold, we struggle. Okay, cargo transfer rows. What was I doing? Oh yes, I was creating this. You know what? Maybe we do not initialize it here. Or not, we don't create it here. We create it when we initialize. cargo transfer rows, new list. And then when we clear, we can clear the cargo transfer rows, I guess. But if we create a new list every time, then what's the point? Yeah, okay, no, wait, that's dumb. So let's just keep the row around, but we clear it. Okay, yeah, whatever. 5 alive. Can I see a project outline anywhere? Yes, like it, eh? You're asking a lot. I can show you the I can show you the game view or scene. That's about it. Oh, I did actually make a UI, a game design document, but it's quite a thing. Is that a good enough outline? Right? All I'm building right now is the UI and system to be able to transfer cargo between a logistics hub and your main vessel, which is called Vulcan. Right, this guy over here. So if we zoom in, you'll see all of this art is still very placeholder. Right. So we have a little bit of a, this is Vulcan. This is a typical logistics hub. And all I want to do now is, okay, Vulcan can move. It's a big capital ship that can move around. And you can go park it at a logistics hub and do a little cargo transfer and then be off your way again. Right? You have a thirst for this type of experience? Awe brew. Oui. Awe. What kind of experience are you talking about? A hologram AR glasses type of experience. Sounds interesting. I kind of feel like the augmented reality craze kind of died off a bit, right? I don't think anybody's taking it seriously anymore. Even virtual reality seems like it's kind of... It's interesting how that happens, right? Like a few years ago, Facebook literally went all in virtual reality. We're going to take over the world. And then I guess AI happened, and now everybody is on it just to make AI. We don't care about virtual reality, virtual meetings, virtual anything anymore. That's how the world goes, eh? Goes with the money. What's the newest hype? We do that. Okay, so we get our cargo transfer rows and we clear them, but I want to add it here. Yeah. Cargo transfer rows dot add row. Right, so now we've added the rows. And then when we commit, so when we say, okay, guys, we're going to actually start transferring the cargo, we need to go through each row, see how much cargo each has committed, and then do the transfer. Yeah, the big corpse did blow it up. Lekker. Couple of South Africans in here, hey? How's the weather, ooey? Yeah, full VR racing would be nice, but I don't know. It sounds cool. I'm not really... You'd need... I think we are closer to that than any other type of VR experience, to be honest. Because I feel like some of those setups that you can get are pretty good. They even have like feedback, like your whole chair moves and stuff like that, hey? A little bit cheaper than an axial race car. Web 5, Moore's Law, blah, 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 yeah. Yeah, force feedback, that's it. Yeah, and you have the physical pedals and stuff, so it's really quite an immersive experience. Oh, that's nice. Biggie cold in Cape Town, eh? Yeah, just a little bit. I can imagine. Cape Town's probably worse than Joburg. That place is terrible in the winter. We at least get sun the whole day. It's always sunny. You guys, you get wind and clouds. Shame. Okay, set participants. Okay, so let's say, so if we do accept transfer, we essentially want to do something here, in fact. So the question would be, when we accept the transfer, I guess we just want to transfer each thing individually, right? Transfer cargo, I guess. Right, and then here we'll do the cargo transfer service dot transfer cargo. Right, let's see what exactly we need from this thing. So transfer cargo, this thing needs the resource and the amount, and then it needs the storage and the destination. Okay, so the amount we can get from here. So resource, no, this should be a string. What am I thinking? And an integer amount? I guess so. Okay, then we can do resource, amount, source. This is going to be, oh geez, actually I don't know. Aish, I don't know. I don't know which is the source. Okay, we'll have to figure that out now. Geez, like it. Hydraulic cylinders and all that nonsense. They must be expensive. Well, you need a new GPU. They at least are not that expensive currently. The real expensive stuff is the is the RAM or maybe the storage. Yes, like I lost a M.2 drive the other day, and boy, howdy, was that thing expensive to replace. I actually didn't replace it because I saw the price. I was like, no, I'm not paying 4 times what I paid like 3 years ago for a damn M.2 drive. Not now. Okay, so here's an interesting thing. Right, when we do the transfer, we can tell it the amount, but we need to tell it something like who. Is it participant 1 who's transferring or participant 2? So something like int. Well, we can even do Boolean. One is sender. Something like that. Participant 1 is sender. Or we could just do int and we can say sender ID. Right, is it number 1 or number 2? So then actually what we want to do first is if we need to do if sender ID equals 1, we do one thing. I guess then we just do a cargo transfer. Okay, then the sender would be participant 1. And the receiver is participant 2. Oh wait, we need to give it the storage. Oh geez. You have a beast of a computer, except for that last bit, 1660 Super. It's unfortunate. I at least got a 5070 the other day. Ran out of money. Yeah, but you went big on this. Okay, it depends also when did you buy this. If you got 32 gigabytes of DDR3 RAM before the prices became ridiculous, you'd probably be fine. If you did it after, well, rest in peace, wallet, eh? About a year and a bit ago, so you might have caught it just before the massive price increases. Because I think 32 gigabytes of RAM would set you back at least 10k, right? Okay, we don't need the message right now. We don't care. Out equals whatever. Okay, so this is if the sender is sender 1. And I guess just else. And this is kind of why. Oh my word, why can't I type? I'm blaming the cold. Else. Okay, we do a similar thing. But we switch around our participants. 1 and 2. Okay. So we're sending the cargo back. Okay, 3,000's not so bad. That would have been reasonable. Oh yeah, no. Well, 32 gigs is respectable. I wouldn't be too unhappy if I were you. But yeah, even storage now. Yes, it's just stupid. Okay, let's see. So we do transfer cargo, and we need to call this for every element. So do we know if we have a sender ID? Now, this is now an interesting thing. So if we look at our cargo transfer rows, right, we have participant 1 and 2. We can get amount to send, right? Which just returns the amount to send dot get value. Now the question would be, do we just check if the amount to send is 0? We just assume that it is not the sender. Oh wait, you have a single stick of DDR3, DDR5 32 gig RAM. It's not two 16s. Yeah, that will end up looking pretty. Oh, dual stick. Okay, but you have 4 slots, eh? I see. Okay. So get amount to send. I guess it's okay. Damn. An 8-slotted motherboard. That sounds impressive, but I mean, what's the point? I mean, how much RAM could you really use? Oh, you can use a lot of RAM, but I mean, it feels like you have another bottleneck there somewhere. Yeah, that's... I've also thought about tinkering with servers and stuff like that, but you watch something like Linus Tech Tips and they do it and they go on eBay or whatever and they can just find whatever they want because they live in the flippin' in North America where people have things like this secondhand. In South Africa, different story. Like our tech market is a little bit dry. You can check Carbonite though. Carbonite's pretty good for that type of stuff. Yeah, you could get it shipped over, but I mean... You can check Carbonite, I guess. That's probably a good place to start. Okay, so my main problem now is I'm kind of contemplating for a cargo transfer row, I need to know who the participant is, or who the sending participant is going to be. Right, so what I'm thinking is maybe let's do something like public integer sending participant. Okay, and we can do a get, you know what, private set, I think. Well, let's just do a get set. Cheaper to relocate yourself. Might be. Okay, so we keep track of the sending participant, right? So let's do a couple of things. So when we initialize this thing, what we could do is we could say sending participants equal to 0. Yeah, it might be a bit better to just do this with an enum, to be honest, because I'm going to get confused. Yeah, so public enum sending, you know, good old readability, right? Participant 1 and participant 2. Right, so then this is a sending participant instead. And then we can just do sending participant is equal to a sending participant none. So we start with nobody is sending. Oh yeah, a nice 64 gigs. Now you sorted. I'm still sitting with DDR4 RAM. DDR4, good old dual. I actually have two 16 gigabyte sticks, and it's a mismatch. It's not a pair. They are like 2 years apart. And I couldn't find the original one. Oh, you also end with DDR4. Ah, okay. Well, that's fine. I'm happy with my DDR4 yet. Mine has been flippin'. Guess I don't know. This PC is old. I only upgrade when I need to. I don't have a spending habit, I would say. It's like I never feel like I need to spend. So I only spend when I need to. The rest of the time, the companies can keep their stuff. I'll keep my money. It's fine. Yeah, like if your PC died. Like I had a graphics card that died, and that's how I ended up with a 5070. Probably would not have upgraded for a very long time if that didn't happen. Okay, so let's think about what we need to do here. Now, each participant here has an integer field, and I could technically register to this integer field and see what it does. So something like, if my amount to send dot on value changed, right? I'm gonna say, look, if your value changed for some reason, I'm not really interested in what the value became, but, well, not yet. But what if we did, right, what if we said, okay, we need a cargo transfer row. So we basically tell the cargo transfer role which participant is the sender. Oh wait, then I'm dumb. I don't need to do this. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Just hold on 1 second. I can simplify this. I don't need any of this. Just get rid of all that. And that. Okay, wait, what's your problem now? Okay, we can just do bool sending. Bool sending participant. Right? So it's going to be false. Yeah, you can drop a link. Don't drop something dodgy. Oh yeah, I forgot. Before our current RAM and storage crisis, we had a flippin' graphics card crisis, right? Courtesy of the previous fad. Ooh, nice. Look at this. Yes, like it. This is a beast of a computer. You made a nice desk out of your PC. Very cool. Very cool, ne? And all the VR and everything. Is this... Is this everything that's inside there? I guess. This was the... Oh wait, Is it a sit-stand desk? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that's pretty dope. Oh, look at this. You even... What mechanism are you using here? Where did you get the mechanism to sit and stand? Or did you design your own mechanism? Is this an existing mechanism that you just attached to the desk, or was this something you... Oh yeah, it's on the back of this truck here. Okay. Okay, so you found a lift. Okay, without a top, and then you just designed your desk on top of it. Okay, very good. Very good. I know you could do some welding on this thing, eh? I really want to do this as well, to be honest with you, but yes, it's a lot of work. Work and money. Yeah, because I feel like the sit-stand desks you can buy, there's ones that are not that bad, I guess. But they're not that great either. Okay, so amount to send on value changed, I guess. I just did this, but I'm redoing it. So what we can do is if object is greater than 0, right? It's obviously that the sending participant must be true. This is a sending participant. Else, this is not the sending participant, right? Something straightforward like that. your desk probably became quite heavy. Yeah, I've also thought about moving my computers outside of the office. But honestly, you can just install air conditioning. Problem solved. And the air conditioning in South Africa, I think you can get it installed for like 8.5, 9K. You know, whatever. Then it's done. It's cheaper than flipping RAM. Well, yeah, okay, the power costs is a thing. I have solar though, so I can manage. And we have sun. Well, I guess in California you also have sun. I don't know how it compares to South Africa. I think we are further south than you are north. So I would guesstimate that our summers, while not necessarily as hot, it's very sunny. So we can get a lot of power. I have a 10 kilowatt inverter. So I can run quite a few things on that. Oh, okay. You still pay 3K a year. How much is that in South African rands? Let's see. Is it going to be a remarkable number? Oh, okay. No, that's not that remarkable. It's like 50K. And over 12 months. 4,000 rand. Yeah. Still an ad. Okay, so amount to send on value change. So sending participant is true. So essentially we're just keeping track of whether this participant wants to be sending or not. That would map to participant 1 or participant 2. Okay, so that should be good for that part. Now we need to go through the view model, or actually the view. And when we accept transfer, yeah, we need to do a few things. Yeah, here I do a sender ID. Whatever, it's fine. Okay, so what do we need to do when we accept? Well, we need to go for each. We're going to go through our cargo transfer row in cargo transfer rows, right? We go through each cargo transfer row. Now, we need to check a few things. 200 kilowatt diesel generator at work. Nice. Okay, well, for an ISP, that's probably required, hey? Because good old South African power reliability and all that nonsense. Yeah, no, those things are massive. 200 kilowatts, that's... I used to work in a mechanical factory, rather, a workshop / factory, whatever. We also had one of those. I think it was a 250. That's bigger than a car. Much bigger. It's like a bakkie. Okay, let's see. Cargo transfer row in... Okay, so what we need to find, in each row, we can ask the participants, are you the sending participant? Right? Okay, so what we can do is we can do int participant ID, and we can just set it to 0, and then we can just check if... Okay, row dot... participant 1 dot is I can't remember. Why can't I get this? Oh, it's not public. Public bool. We'll just do get private set, so this thing can't do anything funny. Okay, private set. Okay, so now we go back here. If you are the sending participant, okay, then our participant ID is equal to 1. Okay. Else, if, and I want to do it this way, participant 2 okay, if it's participant 2, then participant ID is 2. Okay, and then if we get here, if participant ID is still equal to 0, I think we just continue, right? So we just kind of skip over this participant. We don't do anything else. That's it. Cheers, guys. Go look. Sit around. Do whatever you want to do. I'll see how much further I can get with this, and if I can finish it now, I might give up soon, to be honest. I've been here for almost 5 hours now. Okay. So if the participant ID is actually 0, we continue. We don't do anything else. So if it changed, it means somebody wants to send something, okay, which is great. So what we do then is we go to our view model and we do a transfer cargo. And it wants to know a few things. First, which resource, the amount, and then the sender ID. Okay. You know what we should do? We should actually do a participant row, so a transfer participant sending participant. So sending participant is that one and that one. Okay, so we do that. Okay, so now we do transfer cargo, string resource. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is get the resource that we want to send. I don't remember if this is saved here. It's in the definition element, I guess. Public string get resource ID. I guess we could do that. Right, return definition element dot name. No way. No, definitely not that. Okay, now actually we lose this information somehow. Okay. Yeah, unless... And no, we can't get it like that. We can't ask. Okay, that's interesting. So that information actually gets lost to us. Okay, and what we do is... get resource ID, we just return dot ID. Okay. Something like that. So this thing is doing quite a bit of heavy lifting for us, but it's okay. Okay, so that's how we get the string. Okay, so we go row dot get resource ID for that particular row. Okay, then amount. Okay, we're gonna do sending participant dot get amount to send, and then we're gonna do participant ID. So we want to do or sending participant equal null. I guess I need to set it to something. Okay, I don't need to do this. We can also do sending participant. No, we can't. Okay, sending participant, get amount. Okay, so we transfer the cargo. So we go through every single row and we set the sending participant to null. If we don't find a participant, we just continue to the next one. Otherwise, we tell it which one is the sending participant. Okay, and then transfer cargo can happen. And in transfer cargo, we get a resource, amount, and the sender ID. And depending on which sender it is, we just flip these two for receiver and sender. I actually think that's just about everything we need to do. Cancel transfer. This is actually very easy. This is going to be UI manager dot instance dot navigation dot back. It's just a back, which is going to get rid of this whole thing. Let's go grab the UI manager quickly. Yeah, so when do we clear this? I guess what we could do is just something like root container dot on closed. We just run clear, right? Mark. What was that? That's definitely not what I wanted to do. So yeah, if we close this root container, we clear it. That's actually quite clean, I think. Okay, and then we just need to unregister from this because, you know. Okay, cool. So our panel is cleared and clean and everything's good. So we set transferable resources when we open this thing. Okay, that's very good. Now we just need a button to press. Set participants. Okay, we never do that, so we need to do view dot set participants. I'm actually wondering. Set transferable resources. Okay, we do this. Okay, we do that at the start. Now, coding without comments is brave, you reckon? But I know what this is doing, sort of. For now. I comment some things, but like if I don't know what a good comment should be, well, why would I sit here and try to make comments? To be honest. Okay, participant1 dot definition dot ID is essentially what I need to do, right? And then participant2.
Will I remember in 1 year? No. But I can read the code and figure out what it does. Sometimes. Yeah, I think you should probably add, I think, good practice. I don't know, actually, because I'm not a developer by trade. But if I had to comment anything, it's probably better to comment what I'm trying to do and not necessarily how or why I'm doing it. Maybe not how. Like, I shouldn't be like... I do that in some places, but I don't do it everywhere. Because sometimes just looking at the function names makes sense, right? But yeah, no, I'm probably gonna hate myself at some point. Okay, but I think everything is being set and whatever correctly. Okay, so now the next thing is to enable transfer. We need something to click in the world, right? So for now, let's open the persistent panel, wherever that might be. Yeah, so this panel over here, this is the one that's kind of just always around. Oh, wow. Why is it doing that? I don't know. Okay. Source code repository comments. Yeah. Ugh. I don't know. I'll learn eventually. Don't worry. It's fine. Okay, so I just need a button to initiate cargo transfer. So there's a couple of things. I think I want to put it here. And the main reason would be... it's because we kind of need to be anchored, right? So you need to be anchored to a region. Do I save this somewhere? I use Unity version control. That's probably something like a save. Right? It's in the cloud. Yeah, and I've been better the last week, because in the past, I would work for like 2 weeks or more without, committing anything to the version control. And that's what I did. And then my drive failed, right, in my computer. Now, fortunately, it wasn't the drive that had Unity on it. It wasn't even my C drive. It was just some other random drive. But because it failed, my computer just kept going to a blue screen every time I tried to boot up. So initially I didn't know what was happening, and I thought everything's gone now forever for the last 2 weeks that I worked. And so that was a bit of a scare. Fortunately, when I took out the bum drive, it just worked again. Nothing major, but it was quite a scare. Arch Linux gang. Oh, jeez. Yeah, no, this thing is a proper... it keeps track of changes and commits and all that stuff. I don't use it properly. But you can see like all my commits. I try to do it every day, but I don't branch. Everything's just on the main branch because I'm bad. It's okay, I think. Okay, let's add a button right there. This button is going to be the transfer cargo button. Tron transfer cargo. Transfer cargo. Yes, my buttons look terrible. Anyway, it's fine. We'll get around to fixing those as well in the future. Okay, let's make it a little bit bigger. Give it like a 20. That's terrible, but it's fine. Yeah, I do comment the commits at least. Like I tell I say what I did, what I finished, what big thing happened, whatever. That's normally what I do. It's not super detailed still, but it's something. I don't just write there commit 5, commit 6, commit 7. Okay, so let's go find this button and do stuff with it. Okay. So it should be, let's see, persistent. My persistent panel view. Okay. So what we should have here, okay, we have anchor info, zoom nipple button, current anchor status, anchor button. Yeah, this is horrible, but anyway, let's just add to this private button, and we'll make sure we don't make any typos. Transfer cargo. Okay, and then we can do transfer cargo dot equals root container visual element. No, it's a button. And its name is transfer cargo. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's exactly. So today I'll probably call it something like cargo transfer system complete, you know, something like that. Or what I also do is maybe I'll do transfer cargo 50% if I feel like I still have a lot of stuff to do. Okay, but now at least we got access to the button, and we can do transfer cargo dot clicked. Right. Oh man. Okay, so when we click this button, what do we want to do? Well, we want to actually just tell the UI manager dot instance dot cargo. Yeah, here we go. Vulkan cargo transfer pop-up. That's all we have to do. So when I click that button now, it'll do that. Now, there are some things I want to do to the button. Basically, I just want to make it active or not. So we can do public void update transfer cargo button. And all I want to know here is Boolean active, right? Should it be active? If, well, actually we can just do, no, if active, we know the button exists, so the transfer cargo dot style equals display style dot flex, right? Else it's the other one, and that's it. That's all I need to do. Okay, now when do we update the cargo button? So we're already updating our anchor button, and I feel like our anchor button could do much of the same thing for us. Not exactly, right? No. We need to check it here with the state. On Vulcan state change. Only when we are anchored. So we do view, update, and no, update. Transfer cargo button. Okay, so when we are anchored, this can be set to true. Okay. Only when we are anchored, this can be set to true. Otherwise, any other state change, we want this thing to be set to false. Any other state, idle, traveling, not anchored, anchoring, it's a false. Yeah, but I'm not going to put it in every single state. I'll just put it true where it needs to be true. And everything else, don't care. Okay, and then somehow I think this might actually get us somewhere. Okay, so let's just go back here. So in my UI manager, I do need to add the pop-up. So we need to add here a cargo transfer panel view. We need to grab the document. It lives here. Oh, I still need to add it to my UI as well. Okay, so now at least it's there. I think, yeah, this one needs to know about it. So then all of that connection is made. And then I only need to put it in here as well. So we can go project, cargo, transfer pop-up, stick it there with the other one. And we also just need to go make sure what we name it. Cargo transfer pop-up, as expected, but you know. Cargo transfer pop-up. Fantastic. And okay, I should also just make it invisible. So yeah, so on start we should just do root container, not that root container. Come on, man. Dot style display equals display style dot none. Right, we just switch it off to start with. And I think I should be able to do this now. If I was able to build this whole transfer system without testing it as we go, I'm gonna be impressed. Let's see if this even works. It compiles. There's no compile error there, but we might now get a bunch of null reference exception errors. Let's see. Nothing happened. Okay. Transfer cargo. Damn it, nothing happened. That is peculiar. Okay, now Vulcan is no longer anchored. Let's not go that fast. Okay, let's just do this. Anchor Vulcan. Let's just see if I anchor Vulcan. Okay, the button comes back. Oh, I'm stupid. Okay. Sorry, people. How would I be able to transfer cargo if there's not even a logistics hub here? There's literally not even a logistics hub. So one of my two conditions are not met, right? I think I actually coded it that way. Yeah, participant 2. If it's null, just don't do anything. Okay, let's build a logistics hub first. Now there's something to trade with. Transfer cargo. Look at that pop-up. It's amazing. Okay, so for some reason, all of these say advanced processing module. Oh, wait, this is all the old stuff. I forgot to clear it. Okay, cancel transfer. Now if we do it again. Ah, okay. Oh, the clear. Okay, sorry. There's one thing I didn't do. When you clear, you also need to get the scroll view and clear that as well. So we need to do stable scroll view dot clear as well, because it starts with a bunch of nonsense. And you know what? I actually should do that at start as well, just to make sure all the testing lines I inserted aren't there. Okay. Now this is very close. I'd be interested. If this works, I'm going to have a party. Be one of the most successful days in this week when it comes to this game. Okay, so construct logistics hub. It's done. Transfer cargo, Vulcan, and logistics hub. I'll need to change the names because obviously that's bad. Now our logistics hub has... okay, here's another thing I need to fix. If there's a pop-up, I don't want to be able to zoom, because I want to scroll. Okay, and my resources aren't in the correct order because I didn't put them in the correct order. Okay, but let's just test something, right? So let's assume we want to put some metastable matter and maybe some exotic field lattice and some propellants. So 300, okay, let's do 350 propellants, 150 exotic field lattices, and 300 metastable matter. Accept transfer. Ah. I think it worked. Something happened. Yes, something happened, but it sent twice the amount that I wanted it to send. Yes, it sent literally twice the amount, but it sent something. What? It's amazing. Okay, so there's a couple of oh wait, didn't I accept twice? I think I accepted twice. That might have also been the case. Okay. So actually, when the accept transfer is clicked, yes, we do all this stuff, but right at the end, we actually also want to go back, right? We want to close this menu. I think that might have been it. So I clicked accept more than once, so it transferred twice, and it should have actually just closed the menu immediately. It should have gone back. Okay, quick test again. This is at least fast testing. Fast testing. I like it. It's very good. Very good. And the numbers are formatted nicely, hey? Have you noticed? I certainly have. So, transfer cargo. So you'll notice it actually does do 1K, 1K, 11K. Very good. Very good. Okay, let's just do like, I don't know, 50 of this. It'd be kind of cool if you could do tab. No, you can do tab. It just, that's a little slow. I wonder if there's a way to let Unity tab through things faster for you. Okay, whatever. 150 of this. Let's do 500 of that and 300 of that thing. And we can even do, you know what, let's try something else. Let's send half of the fuel from the logistics hub back as well. Wait, no, that won't work. No, it will work. It will work. Yeah, it will work. Accept transfer. Hey, look at that. Look at that. Guys, what a day of winning. I won so hard, it's kind of ridiculous. Okay, so the transfer works. Now, there's a few things I still want to do. So this is like an 80% done type of thing. Hey, look at that. It sees there's now stuff available on the other side. Okay, so here's one of the things, right? You shouldn't be able to transfer more, or even try to transfer more than what you have. So I want this thing, if you go plus plus, it should just cap you out at 300. So that's one thing I want to do. And then if, for instance, I do this, I want 5,000 sent to there. If I set both, I wanted to do something with that as well. Not necessarily an error, but maybe something like if you click here, send something, and then you click here, it'll set that one back to 0 and then work on the other one. Right, so it like zeroes out the other sender. Yeah, because right now that transfer is cooked. It will not work. But it also doesn't have a way to break elegantly. Okay, people, I think I'm gonna have to call that a day because it's been almost 5.5 hours. But I think I got something working, which is good. I was not expecting it to be this good of a day, but I'm happy. Let's see if there's somebody I know that we can raid. Don't really know a lot of these people. It's new people. I guess I'll just raid like whoever is being recommended right now. Because there's no point in trying to raid somebody I know if I don't know them. Okay, they should be at least English. Am I the only guy online at 1 a.m. your time? Yeah. I don't really watch a lot of Twitch streams. So, most of the time, I also don't really know who these people are. Who's this guy? Making a game in 500 hours. Well, he's doing something. Okay. Let's go raid Diggs Dev. And let me just get my... Okay, guys. Well, that's it. I'll see you guys tomorrow, I guess. If I feel like it. Maybe I'm taking tomorrow off. Nah, I don't think so. See you tomorrow. Cheers.